Racing out!
The 52 Super Series is back. Well, very good morning. Welcome to Palma. It's day 3, probably our second day of racing, hopefully. Looking a lot better this morning. There's no rain for a start, and the forecast is pretty good. We're with Bruno Zerilli this morning, navigator on board Gladiator, which won the first race and leading the regatta. So, Bruno, how are we this morning?
All good. Weather is better than yesterday. Hopefully we do these 3 races with good wind coming in the bay. 10, maybe 20 knots, I guess like 10, 15, and westerly, so it's promising forecast. Hopefully enjoy the day.
What's the weather situation though in terms of the big picture?
I think the big picture is now this westerly flow comes in and will stay till the end of the event.
By gradient?
By gradient, and it will be probably tomorrow windy up to 20-25, and then dropping a bit, but still in the 10-15 range, so no risk of shit races, but good chance of very good races.
How are we on the Gladiator then? How's the new boats?
We like the new boat, for sure is a big improvement for us. The rig is better, the stiffness of the boat is better, and she permits us to sail, and she's not dragging us back continuously.
Good. So talk to us a little bit. You've had a long relationship with Guige, with Guillermo Parada. How does that work on the boat? What's the extra special communication?
Yeah, we know each other since a long time. We like to sail each other. We are friends, and we speak a bit of Spanish sometimes to get a faster communication with me and him. And it's very nice. I love to sail with Guige.
Tell us about the dynamics then at the back of the boat. It's quite interesting because you've got you and Guige, and then you've got Tony doing tactics. How does it all work?
Yeah, Tony always the final decision. We try to suggest him what we think is good to do at any time. We try to investigate the race course, the wind, what can be, the chances to be right, chances to be left, what we expect on the next hour, the next half an hour, which side we like, what about the competitors, the start, the bias of the line, and try to make him a good picture with a lot of details and priorities. And then we sail together during the upwind as well with Tony. Now this is happening so we suggest like this, and at the end he decides.
It's an interesting dynamic.
Yes, it's an interesting dynamic. Sometimes the communication, because it's 3 persons involved, is those times where the communication must be fast. We cannot be fast enough for a fast decision because we are many people. Anyway, this is the thing.
But so you don't have a strategist, or who's all got the input in terms of the weather and the strategy?
Me and Guige try to make the picture to Tony. We also have Chris helping us, Chris Hopkins, and we try to make him the figure, the picture we think it is, and then he decides.
So in the meantime, Bruno, talk to us about Italian fashion, and you're a fashion leader in both the Gladiator by the looks of things.
No, I'm not at all.
Tell me what...
I just make sure I'm not cold. Doesn't matter.
Tell us about what we're wearing today then.
Sorry?
Tell me what you're wearing today.
Today I wear everything. When it's plus 15, full weather gears, 5 layers, no matter what.
And the socks?
And the socks, today I will have...
They're your mum's?
No, this is not, but this is not for selling. I will put weather gears on the socks.
Good. Well, have a good day. Have a good day, Bruno.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Ciao.
So with Kevin Whitcraft, one of the co-owners of the Value. Kevin, a big night for you guys last night as hosts of the owners' dinner.
Yeah, so at the event here, the TP Super Series, there's always the owners are hosting, so we thought to do it a little bit differently, bring a bit of Thailand to Palma and Mallorca and to the TP Super Series. So we brought in a chef from Thailand, also a sailor, long-term friend, and all the ingredients from Thailand, fresh ingredients, mangoes, fruit, spices, curry paste. So, thought it was doing something different and to allow everyone to enjoy Team Value in a different way.
How did it go?
Went down super well. People were very happy. I think the mango and sticky rice, one of Thailand's signature dishes, was the highlight. So I think everyone went down super well. People were pleased, and the personal touches that everyone put in. So.
Nice. Now, meantime, you've got a new young helmswoman on board the Value this week. Introduce us.
Yeah, Nopakal Poonpat. She's been around sailing scene for quite a while. Started sailing at 8. Father is from the Navy. Father is actually an Optimist coach as well, and was her coach. And she, she went on, won the 2010 Optimist World Championships. Went on to do pretty well in the 29er class as well. Went off, got a university degree, and then wanted to get back in sailing. So she's coaching and she races with us in Thailand. So she's helming this event and this series, and so far seems to be holding a pretty straight line and doing well.
But it's a big thing for you guys on the Value programme to bring in young talent, encourage youngsters onto the Grand Prix scene.
Yeah, that's the whole part of what our program is, bringing in youngsters on board, regardless of where, but also supporting in Thailand. So, she's a highlight of one of the sailors in Thailand who's done really well on the world scene. So to bring her on to this event, first to have a girl helming, I think is fantastic, opens up a bit, and then additionally that she's from Thailand, young, and gets to race at this level. I think it's been intense for her, but she's doing well and holding up.
But you support the Optimist program and have been involved with the Optimist program at home for many years.
Yeah, probably 40 years. So been involved in the Thai Optimist program. Right now I'm actually president of the International Optimist Dinghy Association, so on a global level, as a volunteer and helping to run that. Firm believer that we need to grow the Optimist class in order to grow sailing as a sport globally. Just gets people on the water, they learn about sailing, learn the basics at a young age, and hopefully we find ways to keep them in the sport as we go forward. This one small effort of bringing ex-Optimist sailors onto our boats.
And in the meantime, how is the Value programme looking for this season?
Yeah, so we're pretty keen. We've got the same crew. Let's say 90% the same crew as we've had the last few years. So sailing much better as a team, I'd say. It's all about teamwork in this respect. Making fewer mistakes on the water. So we're pleased with that. We've got some changes in sails, some work done on the boat over the winter. So hopefully we're all set to have a great season and a great start here in Palma.
That podium position back in Scarlino, the second regatta of the season, it's a high point. Does that really heighten your expectations for the rest of the year?
Would we say it heightens the expectations? I mean, we're here to have fun, do well, but certainly we want a podium again this year.
And indeed, we're talking about going to Thailand potentially, maybe 2026. What's on offer there? Give us a picture, a little postcard from Thailand.
Well, Thailand, it's wouldn't be wearing all this gear. It's a lot warmer sailing. Winds are good, steady. Beautiful. Sunny conditions, tropical environment. So it's quite a bit different than what we see in Europe. The facilities are probably a bit less, meaning no big marinas like we have, or great marinas like Real Club Nautica de Palma. But overall, big sailing scene. We'd probably try to do the event in Phuket and link it to another event down there. So sailing scene is getting stronger in Asia. We have another boat from Hong Kong here at the King's Cup Regatta. I think we have 4 TPs competing. So it's it's growing, and we hope if we could get the TP Super Series there, it would be draw a lot of interest in Asia and probably from Australia up.
A strong class in Australia, isn't there?
Yeah, super strong. I think you see a lot of the boats from Europe which are being swept up go to Australia. I keep getting offers on our boats from Australian owners, so I think
time to get a new boat and sell the old one.
Yeah. That's we'll see how the budgets allow it, right?
Anyway, great stuff. Thank you much, Kevin. Have a great day, great regatta. Welcome to day 2 here at the 52 Super Series Palmavela Sailing Week. Weather looks a bit complicated.
It's a simple but complicated day. It's simple because it's all about the movement of a low pressure center. Complicated is because it's very hard to predict when it's going to stay. I think we're going to have the chance to sail this afternoon, so it could be that we're going to see some wind from south-southwest as well later in the afternoon, so I'm optimistic.
Well, after a long delay, race number 1 of the 52 Super Series Palmavela Sailing Week got underway in a relatively light 8 to 9 knots of breeze. Up the first beat, well, Sled made a nice start off the pin end of the line, seemed to be dominating the left side and actually got round the top mark first. Meantime, Gladiator had a very poor start and were way back, but down the first run, a little bit of a wind shift and extra pressure down the left side, saw Gladiator come round the front of the fleet and through the leeward gate with the lead, and they led all the way to the finish line. Sled getting second, and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, getting third.
So far we are enjoying the boat, we are still learning about her, but we feel that we are a little more competitive, especially pointing wise. This boat has a different keel and we feel that we are able to hold lanes better, and still we are finding we are very quick downwind, so we think we are more competitive this year speed wise.
It's a really good vibe, nice, chilled, good bunch of people, and really lovely team to be with.
The standings after one race, the leaders are Gladiator on 1 point, second Sled on 2 points, and third Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. So the cobwebs blown away after the winter, the rust removed, the nerves settled after that one race. Good win for a Gladiator, plenty more to come. Join us tomorrow. Well, the good news from the Bay of Palma is we have breeze. We've had a little bit of a delay, but we probably have 10 knots on the start line. The wind axis for this first upwind of race 2 of the 52 Super Series Palmavela Sailing Week. Wind axis is 265, and we are expecting the breeze to build. So we're talking with Bruno Zarilli earlier on of the Gladiator programme. Really interesting, I thought, to hear about the dynamic between the afterguard. It's quite unique in the Super Series to have the owner contributing with tactics, but also how important the relationship between Bruno and the helmsman Guillermo Parada, 4 times the 52 Super Series champion. But they won the race yesterday. They're in good shape. They really did have a pretty solid season with Parada joining them last year. They were on the podium, I think, 3 or 4 times over the course of the season, until unfortunately they had that collision at the end of the season in Puerto Portales that cost them. But they were third in Saint-Tropez, they were 8th in Scarlino, third in Menorca, third of the Worlds, and then 6th. So 4th overall for Gladiator over the course of the season. They are one of the teams that are being tipped to potentially win the circuit this year. With this new boat, they've got the former Allegre, which they've had for a little while. They've not done a lot of sailing. I think they did a week coming into this regatta. And certainly when you speak to the guys in the Gladiator team, they're super happy with the boat. It's a little bit more powerful, a little bit more righting moment. And certainly yesterday, Bruno and Guiget were saying that it's a little bit quicker, and especially downwind. So, as Bruno was saying, they really feel like they've got a tool to do the job. And interesting, just reflecting or hearing how Tony Langley does have the final say in terms of tactics, and the dynamic is really, I say, quite unique in the 52 Super Series. So we're getting our warning signal now. Difficult day then yesterday for the Preveza team. Started well and did pretty well in the first upwind, then hooked the top mark, got it round their bobstay, which supports the bowsprit, and it took them some time to get off, but still came away with a 7th, which is not terrible. It could have been much worse, so they did make a little bit of recovery. But a solid day for sled yesterday. They led, and actually really you'd have to reflect they were pretty unlucky, because they would have had to really take a bit of a gamble to go out to that left on that first run, which is what worked so well for Gladiator, who, if you remember, were way back. Big miscommunication at the start. They ended up way behind the fleet and made that gain down the first run, which really was the passport to their success. But interesting to talk with the sled guys, in particular Ado yesterday, coming back into the 52 Super Series. Ado Stead, who's been with the class since the very beginning pretty much, and has sailed, and probably in this fleet now he's probably sailed on more different 52s than anyone else has in the fleet. So he's a great experience, and really quite enjoying sailing with, as Murray Jones was saying this morning, a mature group, older age group, but the experience within that programme is second to none, particularly including Murray, who of course has 5 America's Cup wins and drove the sled to the 2022 title here in Palma at the end of a short and very intense season. So breeze looking really good as we look upwind. We say about, or the wind axis is 265. Starting to get a few little white horses on top of it, on top of the water, and really it's going to be all on for the start. Yesterday we saw sled starting off the pin, working the left side, and led round the top mark. So let's see how the fleet are lining up at the moment. Still picking their ends of the line. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, very solid. And also yesterday, I don't know how many people watched our little debrief, which is this little featurette we try to run. We're going to try and run each season, which is just a chance to get a little bit more in-depth, a little bit more chat from the afterguards, which gives us a direct feedback for the day, and also you get a little bit more of an understanding of the dynamics between the different sailors. So yesterday, talking with Nevin Snow and Victor Diaz de Leon, the afterguard members of Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Really nice to see their relationship, a long-term relationship, know each other from college, and Nevin coming from the 49ers into the 52 Super Series. It's great to, we asked him how what his experience was in the 52s, and he's saying, well, that's a relatively short conversation, because really he's just done the training week, and but he's very much providing the big picture information to Victor, and in that situation, having a close relationship and knowing what each other want is really important. So they had a solid third yesterday. A percentage race, you'd have to say. They didn't take any big risks. They started well, not stunning, but they started well. Good start yesterday, actually. Their best start was actually from Allegra, which did Allegra and Platoon ended up on the wrong side of the lefty, the wind shift on the first upwind, and that really, they had a long way to try and fight back. Platoon Aviation came back nicely on the last run, and really were just pushing hard behind Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, at the finish line. and it was they were close and made a nice recovery, but not so unfortunately for Allegra. So sled quite far forward off the pack at the committee boat under the line, so maybe the smart money looking towards that right side. Right side worked well yesterday in much the same wind direction. We have Platoon Aviation down on this left side looking towards the pin. They have Alpha Plus to weather, and Paprec just doing a little speed build, which is just a little bit late. They're just going to end up a little bit slow on the gun, but in the final seconds this is all about the speed build now. Who can hit the line on the gun, and Allegra going actually backwards. We're too early on the line. Allegra, that's costing them. We're getting some individual recalls. So certainly Platoon at the pin end of the line made a beautiful little start, and also bow 4, so then Gladiator having to go back as well. Gladiator going back, the regatta leaders and Allegra having to go back. So that's a disaster really at this stage for Gladiator, but remember they made that recovery yesterday. So actually they're probably no further back they were at this point yesterday. But Allegra then over the line, they were too far forward. I think I think it's Vayu who are over the line. Apologies. We're at the pin end going up the left side of the track. Interlodge tacking off. They were on the weather hip of Paprec and couldn't live there. Probably 12 knots of breeze off the start line. So really perfect conditions. Not too long to wait. We're aiming to get 3 races in today, and things looking good for that target. Better start, I think, from Preveza in the middle of the course on port, as are Interlodge and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Yeah, Allegra and Sled on that right side. Sled made a pretty solid start as well on the right. And Platoon Aviation tacking on the left, just lifting away very slightly from Alpha Plus. So I'm liking the position of Platoon Aviation, just the weather of Alpha Plus. But actually bows forward on the fleet just now are Interlodge. Interlodge showed quite well in the early part of yesterday, but then got a penalty in the first downwind, another penalty on the finish line. And actually Quantum Racing powered by American Magic just bows forward on Preveza just now. Probably Quantum leading the fleet. However, very, very often this left side comes in strong. Certainly that's what Vasco Vascotto and Jordi Calafat are perhaps thinking. The afterguard on the Platoon, navigator Jules Salter. I would say actually, if anything, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic have nice height where they are. I think trying to squeeze up as much as they can up to the Preveza. So Preveza, as we said, the last regatta for them. For P10, it's they call the boat Preveza 10. New P11 coming on stream later on in the season, when we come back here indeed to the Bay of Palma in August. They should be working up a new boat. So extreme right is Vayu and Sled. coming towards us. We're on this left side, and just behind, or just actually Alpha Plus tacking into the lee bow of Allegri, and Platoon getting across them. I wasn't quite sure whether they would make it, but actually they're a boat length clear of Alpha Plus. Our umpire Bill O'Hara is on hand, just to leeward of the Alpha Plus. Happy with that cross. Platoon going nicely. Breeze has just momentarily faded down to maybe 11 knots. So unfortunately Allegri getting pinballed around a little bit, just to leeward of Platoon. Actually, if anything, I kind of think that Alpha Plus here on this left side, if anything, have got a little lifty, a little righty maybe, just separating out to get a clear lane. Australia's Olympic laser Ilka 7 gold medalist Tom Burton calling tactics for his second regatta in the 52 Super Series on Alpha Plus. Just getting themselves clear out to windward of the fleet. Pat Prick, French team, going quite nicely. It's finished mid-fleet yesterday, I think 5th or 6th. I think 5th if I remember rightly. So lots and lots of energy on board the Quantum team. Big smiles, happy with yesterday. A big shout out to Evelyn Hull, the young navigator on board, her first day in the fleet yesterday. First ever 52 Super Series race, done a little bit of 52 sailing back home in the US. And I think she acquitted herself very nicely. So Interlodge going well in the middle of the fleet. Just a boat length ahead of Pat Prick. Pat Prick trying to squeeze up to Platoon Aviation. Little bit of chop building up. We will expect it to come up. Got a cruising boat just going across the fleet on a ley line, or a converging course with Alpha Plus. Nice big cruising boat as well. Not for getting out of the road, so maybe a little avoiding action needed by Alpha Plus, but again a great view of the 52 Super Series race too. So we're on the first upwind. Extra close, really close between Interlodge, Pat Prick and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Our cruising boat decides he's got to put his engine on and get out of there. Very wise, gets a nice view of Alpha Plus on the way past. So Interlodge going well. Probably our race leaders at the moment. Loads and loads can happen before this top mark. Alpha Plus getting a little lefty, a little lift. A real mix of youth and experience on the Alpha Plus. Going well, you know, nice height, nice lane up here. As I said, just if anything, lifting a couple of degrees higher than Platoon, powered by Platoon Aviation. Quantum Racing best on the right side. Privets have faded very slightly. So there we go, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, first on to starboard on that side. And
think Interlodge feeling they're not going to get across them. I think we'll find Interlodge attacking underneath, but for me the battle on this top mark is going to be between Platoon Aviation and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Quantum was certainly crossing Interlodge for me at the moment by a boat length and a half. Platoon going well. I have them on a converging course. Quantum Racing just ahead, but as is very, very often the case, we see Vasco and the Platoon team going converging on port. But they're not going to get across Interlodge, I don't think. But Quantum Racing powered by American Magic are race leaders for the moment. So no miracle recovery yet for the Gladiator. Plenty of time though. And of course it's a long, long season ahead. But as we're only too aware, every point, every place counts. And you don't need to go further than Platoon or Prevezza for a reminder of that. Of course, these teams finished on equal points. So we're heading up to the windward mark. The breeze is still building. We're probably 13 knots, 13, 14 knots. The Palma chop is building accordingly. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a bouncy afternoon out on our TV boat. So Alpha Plus just made their tack, coming back at the fleet on starboard. Main pack is on the left, being led by Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Still quite a few dark clouds around, big heavy rain clouds above the island of Mallorca. So interesting, little bit of right hand in the breeze as they approach the windward mark. So really, actually, as we get here, Quantum just about a boat length overstood, or maybe not, maybe bang on, but Pravetsa trying to get there from a very, very narrow, slender ley line. And if they can get in there, I don't think they're going to make it. May end up in a little bit of trouble because they've not got very much room to tack up. However, John Cutler is the... I think they might just get there, having to shoot. Of course, they don't want to end up back on the windward mark again as they did yesterday. But round first, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Round second, actually, is Sled, as they were yesterday. They are shooting the mark, our Pravetsa, and holding up just the best they can. They're keeping Paprec wide. So masterful work for the Pravetsa team, who do get round just ahead of Paprec. Then it's Interlodge. Then it's Allegre Platoon. After Platoon, we're seeing Alpha Plus. Then Vayu. And then, unfortunately, in 10th place, Gladiator. Vayu and Gladiator both over the line. So another good first beat for the Paprec team. I think pulling off a reasonable jibe hoist. So that little righty in the breeze, making a jibe set. Allegre coming away, staying on this starboard jibe, otherwise Platoon also coming on this right side with the straight bearaway set. Interesting, wonder. Platoon and Allegre for us seem to have a little bit more pressure just now. But remember yesterday that worked for Gladiator. Gladiator coming this side, coming down the right of this run. There was more pressure and header, a righty for Gladiator going down the run yesterday. That's what worked for them. Certainly Victor Diaz de Leon and Nevin Snow preferring the left, going for the jibe set. So Sled round in second, led the first mark yesterday. Round in second this time, but very, very much in contention and chasing Quantum. Pravetsa getting round in third, but it was a tight, very, very difficult third. Really had to shoot the mark quite hard, so really good work for them to get round, but it cost them a lot of time. Slowed right down. And that did let Sled and Quantum away to another couple of boat lengths of a lead. So very much what you consider early spring conditions on the Bay of Palma. It's still quite chilly on the water. It's okay going downwind, but upwind it's quite cool. So Gladiator giving chase, doing all they can, trying to get into the fleet. Going well, I think, going quite quickly down this run, chasing Alpha Plus. I mean, that was tough for Pravetsa, really, in the sense that they were trying to make the very best of a very slight underlay, and it was probably less costly to do that manoeuvre than tacking, and they certainly, as they converged to the top mark, they didn't have any room to tack into the lineup. They'd have to go wheel right back and tuck in behind 3 or 4 more boats. So it did work for them, battling closely with Paprec, although Paprec have gone left, further to the left downwind. So maybe sled taking a little bit of a gain away on that left side. Actually, Quantum Racing slightly quicker. Prevets are hanging in there in third, although I think Platoon Aviation are having a good run, having come away on that early right, I think, as did Allegri. Allegri, I think, making a bit of a gain down that left side. Looking a little bit like they've done what Gladiator done yesterday, but it's a very different racetrack in the sense that it's a stronger breeze, much gustier, all about wind pressure, and Prevets are looking good down this right side just now in a big gust. It's all about picking the lane of strongest breeze, and I'm seeing I think some gains, to sled. They're a long way across on the left side, looking downwind.
I have to change one battery.
So at the leeward gate then, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, still leading. Nice gain to Allegra's sled. Seemed to have lost a little bit, but it is the American team who will come through the gate first on this left-hand mark, looking upwind. All poised for a nice swift drop. Greg Gundell Bowman working hard with mid-bow Sarah Stone, I think, getting the kite down the hatch. Really nice, tidy rounding from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, just getting everything settled. Allegra round in second. Pretty frenetic mark rounding as ever, but Quantum Racing getting away. Allegra second. These two first boats are actually quite clear. Sled coming round next on this left-hand mark, giving no water to Preveza. Preveza coming in anyway, but a green flag to Preveza from the umpire on that left mark. We have Platoon, Pat Preck, Gladiator got themselves back into the race ahead of Interlodge, Vayu. But really close race. I think the fleet splitting 50-50 on the leeward gate. 5 boats as I see it on the left, 5 boats on the right mark. But a really, really solid run from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and a good run from Allegra, getting up, I think, from 5th at the windward mark, up to 2nd. But everything to play for on this second beat. It's actually almost as close on this second beat as coming off the start line. Really all to play for, the exception being Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, who can consolidate now, just keep a cover on the fleet. Attacking our Gladiator on this left side. Another great recovery. You can have wonder what damage they could do if they got off the start line properly, but absolutely back in this race and pushing hard on this left side. Sled made a little loss on that run. We have Preveza to leeward of them now. Preveza just came round that leeward mark with overlapped with Interlodge, I think it was. No, sorry, with Sled, wasn't it? Sled have actually gained a couple of boat lengths on the early part of this upwind. Value converging with Alpha Plus just now, and will tack underneath them. Not quite able to leebow Alpha Plus. Gladiator, I think, probably got a little bit more pressure on this left side. Little leverage on the fleet to leeward. But clear ahead at the moment are Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Going quick, and they're in that position now where you can imagine that their lead will just extend as they can sail their own race. Interesting, a few boats out training, a few big boats out training for Palmavela. The early season, the curtain raiser on the Mediterranean, really, for the Maxis and ORC fleets. And the point being that it's a nice indication to the teams what the breeze is doing round about the bay. We can see a big Maxi very high on starboard, close to the land. on the west side of the bay. So certainly Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, not shy of going to that right side on that that evidence, among other things. So too Allegri, happy to do that. So Gladiator this left side really have a nice lane. Ije Parada keeping maximum height. Certainly one of the things that both he and Bruno Cirilli have said, that he feels this boat points a little bit better and easier than their previous TP52. So everybody happy on the Gladiator in spite of that poor start. Fleet stretching slightly now as we reach the halfway on this upwind. Main part of the pack still pretty close. That battle going on all the time between Travezza and Sled. Platoon Aviation in the middle of the fleet. You can see the J-class yacht Sphere coming downwind towards the fleet with a big red kite. One of the co-owners is Nicholas Sandstrom, of course, well known to the fleet. Used to have a 52 Gold Grand and past world champion. So he's having a look back from close quarters, just passing to windward of Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Quick on board with Patrick. Patrick good at the early part of the upwind. Oh. Yeah, they were good on the early part of the upwind, just fading very slightly. Allegri in second, I think comfortable in second. It's really the battle is who can hold third at the moment. It's still Travezza, I think, just with the upper hand, but that's where the really tight battle is. So I think after yesterday, I think Allegri will be quite happy to put a solid second on the scoreboard. Bayou ending up well separated from the fleet on this left side. Probably in the end Alpha Plus more in touch with the fleet. as we keep saying with the Quantum Racing. They have the young team coming in, but guys like Warwick Fleury, Sean Clarkson, Daggy, James Dagg, the upwind trimmer, and Piet van Nieuwenhuizen, the Grinder America's Cup winner with Alinghi. And towards the front, the ever reliable Greg Gandel, who's been doing the bow on Quantum Racing since he was a lad. But great to see Sarah Stone, who joined the programme last year, in action in mid-bow. And Lara Polsiak, little Slovenian top sailor in her own right. Floater doing a great job. So we are just approaching the windward mark, get a clear view of the ley lines just in a few seconds. Big puffy cumulus clouds over the Tramontana at the back of Mallorca. A lot of cold air masses moving around. So let's see how the gains and losses measure up at this top mark. Second time up, but still pretty much the same order perhaps, and possibly no, I think for sure Allegra is still well clear of the pack. Prevet's on sled, as I say, is the tussle. Sled just on top as they were coming round the mark. So just passing the little spreader mark, our little protector mark, this mark which lies just directly downwind of the windward mark. It protects the windward mark from boats coming in on port late. It just separates the fleet, keeps the port tackers slightly further away from the mark. So Quantum Racing at the mark, round in first, led all the way round this second race. Allegra comfortable in second. Breeze is quite far right, I think. Maybe not, sorry, I'm just reading that wrong. Certainly Quantum going for a very early hoist. Yeah, indeed, it is a jibe set, so breeze quite right. Greg Gandel had a whole bunch of kite in his hands, waiting for it to be hoisted out of his hands rather than out the hatch or anything else. But nice hoist from Quantum round in first, Allegra coming round in second. Actually, Patrick have made themselves a nice little gain, although Interlodge just inside them. Sorry, Patrick are up to I think fourth. Allegra round sled in third. So it's Prevetsa who have lost. I wonder whether Prevetsa maybe had to do a penalty. But Allegra go for a straight bear away hoist. Sled going for the jibe set, not quite as tidy as the Quantum one. Next round is Paprec. Pepwreck doing an interesting hoist. They're hoisting a little bit late and then jiving onto the kite and not let the kite filling. However, they did get round in fourth. It's filling now, and a real turbo boost for them. Interlodge round in fifth. Platoon sixth. Seventh, I think, Alpha Plus. Gladiator eighth. So ninth now, Provezza. And then 10th is Vayu. Vayu though not far out of it. So I'm not terribly sure what happened with Provezza, but the third at the leeward gate overlapped. Remember with Interlodge, they've lost a couple of boats. The gain on that upwind, I think, was to Pepwreck. The chef d'orchestre, Loic Perron, clearly reading the breeze nicely, coming upwind. So we're on the second and final downwind of race 2 of the regatta, first race of the day. We're pitching to do 3 races, 2:15 local time. Still plenty of opportunities down this second run for gains and losses. Breezes, very definitely lanes of breeze, and still some little patchy holes, light patches to be avoided, particularly for doing manoeuvres and transitions. So French pushing sled hard. Interlodge taking a little bit of a gamble out in this right side. Cameron Appleton trying to find something to get back into the top half of the fleet. But I would see this this is a little bit of a statement of intent from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Comfortable win really in the end, nicely composed, just built from the start round the top mark. Able to sail their own race now. Pretty much the same for Allegra now. They're well clear of sled in third. Provezza getting a little gust, accelerating, bow lifting very slightly. So looking downwind to the finish, breeze is solid all the way down. Prevetsa attacking as best they can, I think possibly getting down to Paprec. Just had some good wind pressure, as we said a few minutes ago, down the left of the run looking upwind. Gladiator looked to have made a little gain as well. So for sure from the middle order, in the middle order of this race, it's all to play for. I think Interlodge make a little gain perhaps. They were just behind Paprec and certainly now ahead. It's a really quantum racing powered by American Magic. In the end, quite a long way ahead. Breeze is quite patchy coming down this run. Not sure that we've seen the max pressure for the day. However, hard to tell. So we're at the finish line. So final jibe, final approach for Doug DeVos' team. Actually, Allegri are not far behind them, and it's a little bit of a slow jibe for them. Allegri have come down that run very nicely, and actually Quantum Racing need to accelerate, which they are progressively. It's much, much closer than we thought it was going to be. Allegri made a nice gain coming down that run, I think. They're only a boat length behind coming through the finish line. Of course, the boat behind will always get the wind pressure first. It's probably two boat lengths between the first and second. Anyway. First race wind of the season, race 2 of the 2024 circuit goes to Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Allegri then not too far behind in the end, only 2.5 boat lengths. Andy Soriano's team, the brand new Allegri, only launched in end of March, I think. So first race, second place for them, and in fact Interlodge and Prevetsa are coming through in third and fourth. That right, the early right of that run, and the middle right, or sorry, the latter part of the right just a couple of puffs which really worked for Preveza in particular and Interlodge. So Interlodge get through for third, Preveza in fourth. Fifth actually is going to be Alpha Plus. And that left really has folded badly. And I think it's Gladiator coming in from the left, way out, with hardly any pressure at all, and Vayu getting sixth. Patrick have lost a couple of places. We're fourth at the top mark. Coming through for seventh, and also losing out is Sled. Sled third at the top mark, coming through for eighth now. And they're really coming from the left downwind. Well, the breeze, I said the breeze was dropping as we were coming down, and it's folded from the left side. They've only got maybe 5 knots, 4 knots. It's a Platoon and a Gladiator almost drifting towards the finish line. Platoon managing to keep their bow down slightly better. They've got just a little bit more wind pressure on that left side looking downwind. Guillermo Parada just fighting, following the kite. It is filling again a little bit, but we've just had a 3-4 minutes of very light breeze. Quite unsettled to say. These big clouds really pull the breeze around. And it's funny because only maybe 300-400 meters further upwind, you can see one of the maxis going upwind at full speed in 12 knots of breeze, but very slow and painful finish for Gladiator and Platoon. They're going to end up always head to head coming through the finish line. Platoon might just be able to steal it, but Gladiator get through in 9th. Platoon then Aviation ending up with a 10th place. They were 7th at the top mark, pulled up I think to 6th at the windward mark second time round, but lost these places as the breeze faded coming down that final run, second run of race 2. So the winners of that race, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, Allegra in second, Interlodge getting up to third, Preveza fourth, Alpha Plus the nice fifth, Vayu coming from way back up to 6th place, Patrick 7th, Sled 8th. Sled, as I said, were second at the top mark on the first upwind. Then Gladiator 9th, and Platoon Aviation landing in 10th in the first race of the day. So we're going to have hopefully 3 races today. Do join us again in a few minutes. We're going to take a short break and regroup, as will our teams on the water. And we're going to go take a short break and join us again in a few minutes. We should go into the second race of the day and the third race of this 52 Super Series Palmavela Sailing Week. Join us shortly.
racing now.
The 52 Super Series is back.
And indeed, we are back on the Bay of Palma, and it is a beautiful afternoon. We're going into the second race of the day. All the cloud has dissipated, a little bit more sunshine, and the breeze has settled down. We've had a little bit of a delay, one or two mechanical problems on board a couple of the boats, Sled and Alpha Plus principally. But that's all settled down. Breeze is probably 14 knots looking upwind. The wind axis has moved slightly to the right, as we often find in the Mediterranean. The breeze moving around with the sun, and we do have some sunshine. So a good win there for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Standings see them with a third and a first on top. Comfortably clear now of Gladiator, who had that disastrous start in the second race, the first race today. They get 10 points. Allegre also on 10 points, coming back with a nice second, despite being over the start line. Really recovered well and got themselves to say up to second, and so that's our top three at the moment. Well, actually, there's three boats on 10 points. Sled also, Prevezza 11, Alpha Plus 11, 12 and 12 for Interlodge and Patrick, and Platoon Aviation, well, the champions, the 52 Super Series champions and the world champions, down in 10th place with, or sorry, 9th place with that new boat. So pressure on, I think, for Vasco Viscotto and Jordi Calafat. Actually, to be fair, they were well up in that previous race, but they were on the wrong side once again, on the wrong side of a big shift, this time on the final downwind. Yesterday it was on the first upwind, unfortunately. So let's see how this race plays out. Very, very impressive, or I was very impressed with Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. They had a solid start, very much midline, not pushing the risk. Harry Melges and the afterguard pulling the pin at just the right time, and they had pace off the line to lead round the top mark. Very nicely, Sled, I think, was round in second, but that gain down the final run for Allegri gave them a second. So all to play for, but I kind of think it's a little bit ominous, isn't it, how Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, are performing off the bat. Third yesterday, first now, and so a little bit of a lead. We're still looking a hope for three races today. Yesterday we had the owners' dinner in the evening, and it was a fairly tight for them to be done and dusted and all cleaned up and smartened up for their owners' dinner at 7 yesterday. We came off the water quite late, so I see no reason why we shouldn't do a third race today, considering it is only just after I think about 4 o'clock local time, 3:30, something like that. I haven't just lost my watch. Anyway, on the start line, bow forward just now, our Platoon Aviation, Harmuller Speer, just trying to hold that position towards the weather end, the right-hand end of the line, or certainly right-hand end of the group. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming forward. So their communication obviously has improved all the way through last season, particularly that communication between the helmsman Harry Melges IV and Victor. Speed build now. Nice start on the pin end of the line from Allegre. All clear. Good start from bow number 6, which is Interlodge. Good start from Prevezza too. Prevezza, 2 boats up, and once again a really poor start, well not a poor start but a second row start from Gladiator and from Platoon. Platoon having to tack off early out to the right. Maybe that be their game plan, maybe not, but certainly a little bit late off the line. So too Gladiator. So Allegra then have a little bit of breathing space. Not such a good start from Vayu as well. Vayu having to tack in the second row and a little bit stalled in their tack. So for me it's a drag race between Allegra and Prvezza just now. Allegra with the legs on Prvezza, I feel, should be able to get up and hurt Prvezza perhaps. So Gladiator clearing out to that right side. We're seeing the bow of Quantum Racing powered by American Magic quite far forward, nicely positioned and tacking out to the right. Actually Alpha Plus in that mix as well. So still holding to the left we have Allegra, Prvezza, bow number 5 sled, Murray Jones putting down the helm and tacking across. Question then is, well, then Interlodge going as well. Now will Prvezza try and stay and hold Allegra out to this left side? No, they're going to tack now, so Prvezza tacking. Most left side boat then is Allegra. Started off the pin after guard Nick Asher and Will Ryan, navigator Francesco Mongelli. I figure they're going to be reasonably happy. They've got a good lane now, separating away from Prvezza. Kind of feel perhaps a little bit more pressure on this left side. Allegra strong on the left. Interesting clothing choices through the fleet. Quite a few full sets of fall weather gear out, certainly trousers. Shorts on board the Allegra. So is this going to be a repeat of the last race for Quantum Racing powered by American Magic? Very much in the middle of the upwind. Gladiator way out to that right side. So Platoon furthest to the right with Gladiator. Gladiator then you can see Victor Marino, the runner trimmer. Harmuller Spreer there on the helm with Dirk de Ridder. America's Cup winning main sheet trimmer. Just working hard trying to get every little tenth of a knot, every little small percentage out of the boat, which they're very much still learning. So Interlodge third in that last race. And I certainly have them the top two, top three in this race just now. Patrick in the mix as well. So to Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus actually are bow forwards and Quantum just now. Floor. So I think Pravetsa making a little gain, just got the little bit of extra pressure on this left side and slightly higher than Interlodge, or even Interlodge to leeward of them. So the Allegra putting their faith in this left side. Nick Asher and Will Ryan. Veteran Andy Hemmings on the rail, hiking for all he's worth. We're seeing so much 470 experience on board with incoming Sylvia Mass, the young 470 world champion and Tokyo Olympian, joining the Allegra program. Will Ryan, double Olympic medalist. Nick Asher, double world champion. And his world championship winning partner, Elliot Willis, now driving the program as a performance coach in the rib. You can see Francesco Mongelli on the rail, the navigator. So in my book, this race just now is a battle between Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, possibly Pravetsa, but I'm more liking the position that Allegra have. Really, really nice breeze just now. Certainly starting to feel a little bit more like spring, less like winter. Yesterday was a little bit miserable in the morning. Kind of misty, drizzly, no wind, quite chilly. And tonight, this afternoon, a little bit more like the Palma that we know and love. Alpha Plus going well, just lured off Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, though not quite got the speed to hang in there, I don't think, upwind. The older boats, the 2016 boats, are good in the flat water, light winds. It's the likes of Value and Alpha Plus. So Alpha Plus tacking now, coming across on starboard. But we'll see once we get on to the or more out towards the starboard Tantley line. So it seems to be on all counts, yes. Well, now we get a better picture as Quantum Racing tack onto starboard. I think Pravetsa will get across them. Pravetsa too need a good race. A top two, top three would get them back on form. second overall last season. The winners of first 2 regattas of the season in Saint-Tropez and in Scarlino. So Patrick a little bit further back in this race, getting bounced about so hard in this fleet. So really between Allegra and Preveza, I've got nothing in it really. It's going to be about the power of the right, who's onto starboard now. So then Preveza tacking onto starboard and will converge now with Allegra, and Allegra will cross on port. So Allegra with the dominant position, although on port. They're going to be crossed by about 2.5 boat lengths maybe. And actually going across with breeze, and actually Preveza just slightly less pressure, a little bit more upright. And Allegra tacking now. Tacking on Preveza, Preveza respond. Still got a little bit of height to get, a little bit more to get out to the starboard ley line. So Preveza choosing not to stay in the dirty air. A little clearing tack from John Cutler and Hamish Pepper. So too correspondingly little hitch up to weather as well for Interlodge, which is clear ahead of Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. So it's tack and counter tack, just stepping up to the starboard tack ley line. Really great racing, but Allegra dictating terms. The top 3 or top 4 at the moment are in control, or they have been. So Interlodge in the mix in third. So shaping up very much like Allegra will get round this top mark with the lead. With Preveza in second. Preveza were third round top mark in the first race. Remember, undercooking their ley line just very slightly, kind of certainly by design at that point, I think. So beautiful afternoon, great breeze, 14, 15 knots, I would say. So around the top mark, we've got Allegra leading. Andy Soriano on the helm of his brand new this season 52 from the Boating Partners design studio. Bow number 9, Matteo Aguardo on the bow. So a little bit of a penalty there to. We'll see what happens, but Pravetsa got round in second and are well clear of the Interlodge in third. I think it was Alpha Plus getting the penalty, not sure. Interlodge going round in third. Alpha Plus, come on. Yeah, Alpha Plus having to do a penalty. Sled were getting round in fifth, but they will make the immediate gain. Alpha Plus having to do their turns. Just having got themselves nicely up the fleet in fourth. Just a penalty there at the windward mark for Sean and Tina Kang's team. So tough for them, didn't see the incident unfortunately. So Sled moving up to fourth, and Quantum Racing in fifth now. Pat Prek sixth, Fayu seventh, Gladiator eighth, Alpha Plus now ninth. And in 10th, Platoon. So Interlodge going well today. Third in the first race, lying third. Pravetsa with a bit between their teeth. They really have a nice pace coming down this run. Got themselves a nice gust and chasing, trying to roll over the top of Allegra. Great conditions now, not quite, the bow's not quite lifting. Interesting, just seeing the different trims, if you like, of the two boats. Just now, for sure, the Allegra is sailing a little bit flatter. Whereas the Botin, the Vrolic designer, Pravetsa, bow almost lifting. Going to their jibe now. Platoon go for the early air jibe, going down the left side now. They really have to make some big gains. So big separation now between Allegra and Pravetsa. Fabulous race really so far. absolutely nothing in it between Allegra and Preveza. Preveza need the result. Had a pretty up and down regatta so far. And not a good opening yesterday after catching that windward mark in yesterday's race. However, back on form. Allegri on this side. I think there's a little bit more pressure down this side. Preveza jibing now. Preveza a little bit stale, a little bit lazy through the jibe. Can be just the wind pressure actually. They've been very slow through the jibe. Coming away in a nice deep angle though, but I see Interlodge gaining. Preveza taking a bit of time to accelerate. Preveza still ahead though. I do like Preveza's lane coming downwind. Preveza with a nice bit of pressure. And really heated up, going fast, or Preveza. Bows fully lifted and they are launched. Preveza jibing now. Interlodge going down the left. They've had a good lane of pressure all the way down this run. Now let's see if Preveza can make a gain with that big gust they had coming left to right, coming downwind. So at the leeward gate. And no mistakes from the Allegra team. I think picking this left-hand mark, looking upwind by the looks of things. It's so important to jibe cleanly and fast. Come out of the jibe quickly, which is not easy in this breeze as the apparent catches up. You do have to come kind of reach to reach. And that was a little bit of what was happening there for Allegra. Allegra lost very slightly to Interlodge. Coming through the gate, it's Allegra still in the lead on the left-hand mark. Now then, Preveza coming in with a big handbrake turn. Actually going round the mark, still ahead of Interlodge. Interlodge on the right hand mark, Preveza on the left. Actually quite a nice rounding, but coming from a deep or a shallow, fast angle coming all the way round to go upwind. Get round in second. Third rounder Interlodge sled leading Quantum. Patrick have got back into this nicely. Good run from them. Quantum racing on the left-hand mark. Patrick on the right mark. And then a very overlapped Vayu Gladiator Alpha Plus and Platoon have made no impression down that run. Unfortunately, Platoon then still in 10th. So some of our navigators or weather experts this morning said we might see 20 knots, and it's it's looking that way. Certainly breeze is building. We're in the upper middle teens, you would say. Perfect conditions for racing TP52s. Indeed, pretty much racing anything, you would have to say, on this beautiful Bay of Palma. So interesting then to note we have the two newest boats at either end of the fleet. Allegra leading, Platoon 10th. So we're with sled on this left side. So Allegra probably have stepped clear. Certainly we've seen in the past Allegra being able to sail their own race. They do manage to just build into using the wind shifts and the best lanes of pressure. So Patrick, middle of the fleet really just now. I think that the chef d'orchestra is doing a pretty good job. Interesting, I was talking with Stefan Neve, the project manager and main sheet trimmer on the Patrick, and he was saying that everybody's, you know, regardless of Loic Piron's abilities in this inshore windward-leeward racing, everybody's raised their game because they're sailing with Loic. He said everybody's hiking harder, working harder.
Have we still got picture coming in?
And just as if to illustrate that, the grinders doing a great job as they go through their tack. and I'm sure if they could finish this regatta in the middle of the fleet, that would be a big success for the Paprec team. Jean-Luc Petithuguenin, the French owner of the giant Paprec recycling company, put a lot into French sailing. Big supporters of La Solitaire, and also co-sponsors of one of the leading IMOCAs, and the Vendée Globe scene. So Gladiator not having the best of days. Really, as we've seen, struggling to get off the start lines. That's all about the fine details of communication, having a game plan which you can execute, and having a plan B and a plan C if you can't execute. And I guess a little bit learning this new boat, or the new boat to them. But the other British flagged team, Andy Sorian as Allegre, well clear at the front of the fleet. Well, certainly 30 or 40 metres in it according to our tracking system from our good friends at GeoVision.
Picture just came back, right?
So Prevets have tacked over on that right side. So we're on the second beat of race 2 of the day here in on the Bay of Palma. Allegre leading. Probably the closest battle on this upwind is between Interlodge and Sled. Possibly a little gain to Sled. And actually, I was really speaking so soon when we talked about quantum racing powered by American Magic coming off the start line. Currently in 5th just now. Did have 5 or 6 point lead going into this race. So it's going to be very close at the top of the table after the second race, and hopefully we'll get a third. So it's all about consistency all the time in this fleet. I know we say it day in, day out, year in, year out. It's the little errors that make the difference between winning and losing on the day, and the difference between the top teams, the middle order. You just see, for example, Alpha Plus there coming in the top mark, and the top 4, top 5 getting a penalty. dropping them down to 8th just now. Inability to get off the start line for Gladiator is really costing them. So both of these two boats, Gladiator and Platoon. Platoon started late and went right. Allegra started off the pin and held on to the left on the first upwind, and they hold the lead. So Interlodge still in 3rd and Sled in 4th. And actually so we're going to head round to the Windward Mark, catch the leaders going round. The leaders still Allegra, probably got 50 metres or so. On the second place, Preveza not very far clear of Interlodge and Sled. So second and final top mark of race 2. Allegra actually are quite far clear. Going round now, heading towards us at the offset mark. I think that Allegra will probably be hoisted before the second boat gets there, before Preveza gets there. Sled coming back and tacking just behind Interlodge. Indeed, then the hoist beginning now just as Preveza get to the windward mark. Nick Asher then calling the hoist on the Allegra. Preveza second. Interlodge in third. Pretty sure it's Chris Matthews who's driving the Interlodge. Project manager Austin Fragaman, as I said, staying home for this regatta, saving his energy for 2 regattas at home in Newport. Quite sure he'll be watching his team. Going well, and So too on the sled, it's Murray Jones driving. And a bit of a gap back to Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic and Pat Preck. So, heading down the second run, heading towards the finish, and Allegra, Andy Soriano's team, looking at their first win with this beautiful new boat, and you have to say a well-deserved win, not just for their endeavours on the racecourse just now, but leading the initiative to build new boats. Big supporter of the class, loves his sailing. Always pursuing the small details that make the difference. Nothing's too much for him and his team. And the same could certainly be said of most of our owners, including Ergen Imre. Sure is enjoying the ride on the Brevetza just now. Interlodge have jibed early. Newcomer on board the Interlodge is Carlos Robles. Who's relatively, well, he's brand new to 52 Super Series for sure. But he's got a pretty mixed CV from the ocean race through to Olympic sailing. Was in the 49er, I think, with Marco Grail, if I'm not wrong. So once again, big split down this run. Interlodge, Cameron Appleton happy to go left. Allegra, the big leaders of the moment, out on this right side. I think in the end, this breeze, I'm going to say, is looking a little more settled now in the late afternoon, 4:30 local time. So we are part of the Real Club Nautico de Palma's Palmavela Regatta. There's quite a few big boats out training just now. They start racing on Thursday. They've done their, I think there's about 40 boats did the this La Larca, the offshore race they've introduced to the start of the regatta. They really start racing. They do Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And that obviously raises the question, which is already answered this week, but raises the question why we're not sailing with them into Sunday. And the answer is that we have a very tight schedule to get the boats to Newport. So our shippers, our logistics partners, Peters and May, have a very tight schedule to stick to get to Newport on time. So everything shipping before the weekend. So let's see the converging courses just now for Preveza and Interlodge. I'd say still pretty even. No big gains to Interlodge for having gone way out to that left side. Really liking the way that Patrick are sailing, and I think for sure a step up in performance with Monsieur Perron on board. But of course we talk about, or he's renowned for his ocean racing successes, but he was a moth sailor in his day. He sailed small multi-hulls, raced many times on the lakes in Geneva with some great successes. So in terms of reading the breeze and coming downwind in apparent wind sailing, as it were, knowing the angles, I'm sure Loic is the match of most of the guys in their afterguards. And actually Preveza not so far behind Allegro. Little gains and losses in this puffy, gusty down breeze coming downwind. Preveza have been impressive in that respect. Andy Soriano pulls the bow down of Allegro. Bow and number 19 still. I have to find out what the significance of that, because usually the bow number reflects their position in the previous year. It used to be the case. So Andy Soriano's Allegro, the new boat this season, takes first place in race 3 here in Palma 52 Super Series Palmavela Sailing Week. So Allegro, then second is going to be Preveza. Sled pursuing Interlodge. Good jibe, and I remember Murray Jones has won the America's Cup 5 times, not as a helmsman, but he's no slouch. Won the 2022 52 Super Series, but is Interlodge at get third. Sled through in fourth. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, get fifth. Pat Preck will pretty sure come through in sixth. Pat Preck's ley line just a little high for this right hand mark, but no worries. Closing the door on Vayu. Vayu will get to 7th. So Pat Prick come through in 6th. As I said, Vayu coming through now. Could it be that Gladiator just steal in front of Alpha Plus, which they do, need to complete this jibe, which they will. And Gladiator will get 8th. Just ahead of Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus unlucky, or having to do turns at the windward mark. And Platoon, no gains for the champions, finishing up in 10th. So that's it, race 2. Maiden race win for the Allegri, for Andy Soriano. And really good second place for Preveza, second overall last season. Best results so far at this regatta. And I'd say that Interlodge are pretty impressive for the moment. Nice, generally fairly consistent. So that's it for just now. We'll be back in a few minutes, I think, with race number 3. It's just 16:31 local time here in Palma. I'd imagine we should go into third race, but do keep an eye on our social media feeds and join me again in a few minutes.
The 52 Super Series is back.
Warte mal ganz kurz.
Well, we are indeed back once again for race number 3 today. A long day on the water, making up for first couple of days. Only one race yesterday and missing the first day. So things back kind of getting closer to schedule. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, lead by just 2 points ahead of Alegre. Alegre winning that second race reasonably comfortably, came off the pin end of the line, led round the top mark, and the order stayed the same. Alegre, Prevezza, Interlodge all the way through the race, so that's our top 3 through the finish line in that previous race. So I said Quantum Racing lead by 9 points, or not on 9 points, 2 points up in Alegre. Prevezza third on 13, Sled 14, Interlodge on 15. So everything to play for on this race. Quantum Racing need to get themselves or stay ahead of Alegre in particular and Prevezza, but they started well in that previous race and just didn't manage to get out to a side. I think it was really about picking more a side on that previous race. For sure, Alegre getting it right with a little bit more left, as indeed did Prevezza. Remember, they were the 2 most left-hand boats coming off the start line. So almost a facsimile of the previous race. Breeze is still 13, 14 knots, I would say. Wind angle 255, and it's a 1.8 mile beat. So all of the afterguards really know the geometry of this course. And the pressure, as I said, I think in the previous race, the pressure really is on Platoon. 10th, 2 tenths, counting indoor scoreline. Who would have thought then the World and 52 Super Series circuit champions from 2023 would be having a really bad regatta so far. However, chance to atone now. The breeze is in still, and they didn't get the start they wanted, nor did Gladiator, yesterday's race winner. It's all about the fine details of the communication, delivering on the plan, finding the key position on the start line and protecting it. And as we're saying that, we're just looking at Platoon, just trying to find their position, coming round a couple of sterns just now. Always a little bit of a dangerous manoeuvre, trying to find a space in the line. Coming a little bit late. They're going to try and squeeze in between Alpha Plus, coming into windward of Alpha Plus. Meantime, Interlodge setting up 3 boats up from down from the committee boat end of the line. They're just to leeward of Prevezza, and for Interlodge there is a little bit of real estate, a little bit of space for them to build speed to leeward of them. Busy at this pin end of the line. Gladiator just to leeward off Paprec. Paprec pushing forward. The Cedric Chateau on the helm of the Paprec. Alegre just to windward of them. Now Alegre for me are quite close to the line with just a few seconds to build speed, but the bows come down. Sled are well forward at the pin end of the line. They don't have any space to build speed, but they're going to just jag it, and they do. All clear actually, and a really nice start from Sled, just holding for the final few seconds, and then just at the very last second pulling the pin, and they get themselves ahead on the bows of Gladiator and just opening cage on them. Also Paprec just to windward of Gladiator. Gladiator a little bit sandwiched in dirty air from Paprec and the Sled. Platoon get a better start. Their bow forwards on Prevezza. Prevezza just a little bit buried. Alpha Plus get a nice start too. A reasonable start. They're got a lane ahead of Platoon. Platoon just a little bit buried as well. Actually, they have in the sense that they have an Interlodge ahead of them now. Gladiator have to get out of this corner where they are, getting dirt from every which way. You can see the green camber stripes on the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, nicely forward in their little group on this end, but for me, Sled getting a little peach of a start in terms of positioning at the pin end of the line. Allegra having to take Stearns going across. They got a little bit sandwiched in the group. This is not looking good for Allegra just now, having to take 3 or 4 Stearns. So Allegra, winners of the previous race, trying to find a gap in the lineup. I think you had to take 4 Stearns going across. Interlodge tacking away from Platoon. So things starting to open out very slightly now on this first upwind, just a few minutes after the start. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have a nice lane now. Nobody immediately influencing them. So this is looking like what Quantum want for the meantime. Got a good start. Race lead just now is between Sled and Quantum. Patrick going quite well as well. But once again, it's Platoon and Gladiator in the cheap seats off the start line. 9th and 10th. Patrick going well. Certainly something to build on for the French team. Crevetza we have in second on the water, along with Quantum third. I think Patrick are actually tacking now. So Allegra then in trouble after the first few minutes, sandwiched, having to tack out of their position, getting a lot of dirty air, pinged out to the right. So that start from Sled really was timed to the fraction of a second, really. Just pointing at the mark in the final few seconds, and then just doing a last speed build, getting round the mark and bolting off the line into the early lead. Quantum in second. Probably cursing them, but Interlodge seem to be putting together quite a consistent series. Getting off the line on board quickly with Platoon Aviation. Said Victor Mourinho, a runner trimmer, very much the accelerator pedal, if you like, in the sense that he controls the power in the rig, working closely with Dirk de Ruyter, the main sheet trimmer. And Cheese, Dirk de Ridder, working with the helmsman. However, they've got a little bit of work to do, have platoon in ninth just now. So certain hierarchy starting to emerge in this regatta. A little bit kind of usual suspects in some respects, but Interlodge in amongst there. Interlodge tend to be a little bit kind of inconsistent at times. So I feel like the position's fairly settled on this upwind. Still got a bit to go to this top mark. Sled with the dominant position to windward of Quantum for the meantime. Gladiator got a bit of work to do out on this left side. They're over at 130 metres, 140 metres behind Sled. Whole team hiking hard, going upwind. The boat's starting to go across on starboard. So 3 US flag boats in the top 3 positions just now, then Sled, Quantum Racing and Interlodge. You wonder which boat will be top when we go to Newport in June and July. Second regatta being the Rolex TP52 World Championship. Which will be, I think, the second time we've raced the World Championship in the States. Raced in 1 year the World Championship in Miami when Ran Racing won. So Privets are quite deep in this race. The way things are looking, how they're coming out of that right side looking upwind, coming on port back at the fleet. So this left is generally pretty strong now. Paprec closing just now, converging with Alpha Plus it is. Alpha Plus just crossing the bows of Paprec. Quantum racing on port. It's really about staying in phase with these shifts going on this upwind. Gladiator crossing behind Platoon. 9th and 10th at the moment then. They're pretty busy in the middle of the fleet. It's all about trying to keep clear air and hold the lane. It's very, very easy to get bounced around in the middle of the pack. So it's between sled and quantum racing. And we start to set up towards the ley line for the top mark, and quantum then tacking back at sled comfortably ahead. Quantum actually are quite close with the Interlodge. Interlodge have starboard tack advantage for the moment. Alpha Plus going back on port. I think we'll cross Paprec. So breeze is quite shifty getting into this top mark. Seen that before a few times. You get a little bit of right face breeze or left. Quantum then just decide to tack in the inside sled tacking back. Now, I wonder whether that's going to work out for Interlodge. Interlodge pretty much up at or on the ley line, I think. Quite a strong beat from Alpha Plus. Anyway, it's actually going to be very, very close between Quantum and Sled. Sled just undercooked on the ley line, and they're going to have to go all the way round, I think. Oh, actually, no, they're going to come back, and Sled. Now this is going to be difficult. It's really very shifty, and teams not finding the space. Quantum having to bear away and go right round the outside. So too Platoon. And actually a protest flag from Interlodge. Interlodge getting to the mark alongside Sled. Green flagged from our umpire there. Allegra very close to the mark and slowed. I think they might just get round on it. It's interesting, Nick Asher just on the helm at the moment, just now on the Allegra as they come to that mark. Andy Soriano's at the back of the boat. Value getting round in fourth. Loads of action there. Quantum had to bail out, go all the way round. So did Prevetsa. really very messy, really very costly for Quantum. That I think might make the difference to the regatta lead, and Platoon ending up coming round the top mark in 10th again. Hard to believe that the 52 Super Series champions are having such a shocker of a regatta so far. Who'd have thought they would have 3 10th places, but that's the way it's shaping up just now. So Sled have eased clear of Interlodge. Allegra in 3rd just now, actually, coming down this run. So that really was a messy rounding. No opportunity to come in low of ley line, which was what initially Quantum's problem was, and to a lesser degree Provezza, and also Platoon also had to duck and go all the way round the back. So 3 boats going down that left side looking downwind, Paprec, Quantum and Gladiator. So I'd say that was as dramatic a windward mark as we've seen for a long, long time. Just as I was just saying, coming into the mark, breeze is quite shifty. Suddenly the boats were low on ley line, just really couldn't make it, and then were starved of breeze. And it's that horrible moment when they have to make that snap decision to wheelbarrow round the outside and go right round the back of the fleet, or try and find a space, and there really wasn't a space, certainly for Quantum. So at the moment then Allegra would be leading, as I thought. on 14-point sled, we've been 15, and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, would potentially drop to second. So it's not a big deal, but just to note, as I said, at that windward mark, it's I think Nick Asher steering the Allegra at this race. Quite often with some of our owners on a 3-race day, they choose to just steer the two. It's a long day, very physical effort in this brisk wind, and pretty stressful. The sled at the right side of this run, or really to the right of Interlodge. Pat Preck have gone out to the left, looking for more pressure, better angle, trying to get round Quantum. Or they were ahead of Quantum anyway. It's a lovely late afternoon, great conditions Palma has delivered today, as it kind of needed to after the first 2 days, but a 3-race day, as we were just saying, is hard work for everyone involved. A little bit of a delay between races 1 and 2 with mechanical issues for different teams. However, Takashi Akura's team, the sled leading, Ado Stead tactician, Murray Jones steering just now, or certainly for this regatta. And sled setting up for a safe rounding, coming round wide and hardening up close to the mark. So first round is sled, second will be Interlodge. And then it's going to be actually close between Vayu and Allegra. Allegra have gone for an early drop, jibing now on the right hand mark. Interlodge a little bit later on the drop. Door is open on Allegra, but Interlodge go round on the outside. Gain to Pat Preck coming down this run, I think. So Allegra, then Vayu, Pat Preck on the Pravetsa and Pat Preck on this left-hand mark. Quantum Racing on the right-hand mark. Gladiator now on the left-hand mark. Vayu, Alpha Plus and Platoon. Alpha Plus and Platoon both on this left-hand mark, looking upwind. And it's immediately evident that as our afterguards are so fond of saying, there's no easy passes, there's no team here, no weak teams in this fleet. And that is really what Platoon are finding out to their cost, in the sense that they're still 10th, not able to take places at will. And nobody gives up places easily in this fleet. So Pat Prick heading for another middle of the fleet score. I think you'd be pretty happy with the way things are going, especially when you're only 20 metres behind the team which were second overall and led through most of last season, Prevezza. Value in the thick of it. 6th at the moment. Great racing, really. They say the quality all the way through this fleet. So Sled dominating for the moment with a lead of about 75 metres from Interlodge to Prevezza. Allegra just now 4th. Breeze holding up nicely, still I would say 14 knots, 15 knots. Bumpy white horses, quite chilly. £5:30 local time, so our team's getting value for money today. So let's see how this left works just now for Prevezza. Prevezza, the ready orange hulled, only Vrolic design left in the fleet. Out furthest to the left. Just they have Patrick just to leeward. Nacho Postigo, I could see the navigator on Prevezza hiking fully, giving it all he's worth, whilst looking at his tablet. Just a reminder as ever that Prevezza still have a couple of amateur sailors on board, friends and sailing friends of Ergen Imri, Togan Alper and Kivanch Sevinch in the pit in the mid-bow, who have been with the Prevezza programme since the day dot, hold their places in the team. So Prevezza's lineup, Ergen Imri's the owner, Cole Parada, formerly of the Four Towns Championship winning Azura, Brad Ferrand, floater Pietro Mantovani, aft grinder, navigators Nacho Postigo, Hamish Pepper tactician, John Cutler helm, Skip Baxter on the main sheet, Matthew Barber grinder, Daniel Fong trimmer along with Grant Loretz, and as I said, Togan Alper and Kivanch Sevinch. Pit and mid-bow, and Fuji Leal from Spain on the bow. So that's the Prevezza team. I've got them, I would say they're, well, probably 4th at the moment, challenging Allegra. Allegra just forward on and ahead of them, just allured. This race starting to open up a little bit more. Sled looking quite comfortable, probably 60 or 70 metres clear, heading up to the windward mark on this third race. Quantum Racing, middle for diddle, 5th place in the 10 boat fleet. Just to windward of their, I think it's Value. Quantum stablemates. On board with Value. So pretty classical late afternoon, early evening conditions. It's a nice breeze holding in for our third race of the day. So our top places overall in this regatta, ebbing and flowing. I wonder whether our friends at Geo Racing could give us a projected standings just now if they were to stay the same on the race course, if these positions stayed through the finish line, what the overall points would be. Look at that, a miracle. So still Allegra leading on 14 points ahead of Quantum 15, Sled 15. So nothing much that Sled can do for that. It's all about how Allegra finish for them. Quantum Racing 3 points behind. They say the place is changing on the podium for the regatta all the time. So Sled second on day one, leading now. So we're starting to set up for the top mark approach. is really the battle, if you like, is between Preveza and Quantum. Preveza ahead of Quantum. So about who leads at the end of the day. Nothing in it between Quantum and Preveza. Interesting thing just now is Quantum getting out to the right. Preveza, no opportunity, I don't think, to get back to the left. I'm not sure. He kind of would like to be on starboard coming into this top mark. Certainly wonder whether that's what Victor Diaz de Leon and Nevin Snow are thinking, especially in this shifty breeze. Remember how it was kind of up and down? Do you go for the safe starboard tack approach, put it in the bank, as I think is what Victor and Nevin are thinking? No mistaking the ley line from sled though from Andrea Vicentini, navigator, and working with Ado Stead for the first time, I think. So Mr. Akura's 2022 champions leading round the top mark. Comfortable distance ahead of Interlodge, both owners absent, you note. Murray Jones steering the sled. Veteran Kiwis and Murray Jones and Don Cowie have a nice little lead. They're almost at the offset as Interlodge goes round. Now who's going to be third? At the moment it's Allegri. Allegri just holding the fleet up, getting themselves a nice comfortable ley line. A little opportunity perhaps as Preveza holding up Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Now whether Paprec can get in here. Paprec have got a slender ley line, but they're inside Preveza. Preveza staying high to protect Quantum, and this is opening the door for Paprec. Paprec just squeezing in half a boat length above the mark, no more than that. Paprec get round and lead Preveza and Quantum. Though Preveza really had to hold Quantum up. That just opened the door to the blue team, the Paprec team, but Preveza accelerate across the offset leg. Their thing really is keeping Quantum behind them. So great action on the top mark. Sled Interlodge well clear. Then Allegra still third. Tussle between Paprec and Preveza. Quantum Racing, Bayou Platoon have taken a couple of boats and are up to 8th for the moment. We still have Allegra leading the regatta by a single point just now. Preveza trying to charge over the top of Paprec. and just about rolling them. So Quantum then once again good starts and good early in the first beats, but ending up kind of mid-fleet. Interesting to know what their kind of debrief is. So Gladiator, I think, ploughing a lone furrow down to the left side of this final run. 9 boats all on starboard jibe, 1 on port, and that's the Gladiator. So if they're to hold on to their regatta lead, or even a share of the regatta lead, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, needing a place down this final run. They're on need to be on a 14-point aggregate to be tied with Allegra. Anything can happen down this run, although the breeze does seem pretty settled, and everybody, let's say with the exception of Gladiator and Vayu, are working this right side. Sled jibe first. Interlodge go now, Allegra as well. A little bit of separation between Preveza and Paprec. It's Allegra jibing in front of Prevezza and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, just keeping a cover on Prevezza. Actually, Quantum are nicely arced up just behind in a good strand of breeze. Paprec coming back at these three boats on starboard jibe. Then I wonder whether Paprec have gained on Quantum. Certainly elected to jibe inside. Pretty solid jibe from the Paprec team. I wonder actually whether Paprec have lost to Prevezza, but we'll see. But two leading boats are a long way ahead. Sled keeping it tight. Heading for a well-deserved win after that start. Really peachy performance and error-free run, error-free race so far. All credit to Interlodge. So coming through to the finish line for their first race win of the season, 2022 champions Sled, the world champions and the title holders in 2022. Edo Stead's first regatta on board, coming through for the race win to go on to 15 points. Interlodge on 15 points, so will come through for second to go to 17 points. Now then, it's still a little bit of golf left in this hole, but Allegra jibing, pointing for the finish line. Plenty of wind pressure. Prevezza charging down the outside. Committee boat end of the line is a little bit closer. We're not on the line. Allegra, I think, just getting through, but Prevezza late charge. Allegra then coming through for third place. Takes them on to 14 points, holding the regatta lead. Prevezza come through for fifth. Then there's a battle now with Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Just getting in now for sixth. Paprec through, overlapped. Platoon Platoon through inside them. Gladiator coming through now for 8th, 9th for Alpha Plus, and Vayu ending up with 10th place. So nice gains for Platoon. Regatta lead, I think, is still with Allegra. Late charge from Quantum, but just not quite making it. So 3 really good races today. Sled, Interlodge, Allegra, Prevezza, Quantum. Platoon getting up to 6th from 10th. Paprec just squeezed out at the finish line. Alpha Plus end up with 8th, Gladiator 9th, and Vayu in 10th place. So that third keeps Allegra, or has Allegra on the top of regatta standings, I'm pretty sure. Quantum Racing in 5th. I think ending up with probably they would go to 14 as well. So I think perhaps the regatta standings will see these two teams on equal points. Anyway, 3 good races. I think 3 different race winners is not uncommon in the 52 Super Series, and that's the flavour of today. 3 races and hopefully 3 races again tomorrow. And a great day's racing here on the Bay of Palma. Join us again tomorrow.
Racing now!
The 52 Super Series is back.